Hello, we are live, I think. I have to check. Okay, let me just do my visual checks. Yep, we are live. Okay, now I'm gonna do my usual sharing first on a bunch of places. Give me a second. Um, Oh, it's been a while since I've done a solo reading sprint session. Um, Hi, Vanessa. How are you? How are you doing? It's been a while since I've done a solo sprint, so it's kind of like weird a little bit. I think you're sprinting today as well, right? Hello, other Pam. How is everyone? I'm just gonna get my phone so I can share this on Instagram. Please hold. Yeah, phone secured. Here's my obligatory Instagram update. Okay. Oh no! Did you get sick? Is it because of like the weather or something? It's been super rainy. Like we have a typhoon in the Philippines right now. I think we talked about this a little bit last time, like with the sprints, with Pam. And it's been going on. Like I think quite a few places have flooded and stuff. So it's been very humid, and rainy. So hopefully everyone is safe and that no one gets sick from just the changes in the temperature. What am I doing? Yeah, link. Temperature, share, copy link. Okay, sorry about that. Just sharing on Instagram. We're gonna keep sprinting on until you hit your page goal. Yes, I actually think I spread it out too much. Like my plan is to read one book, Once Upon a Broken Heart, the first book in three sprints, like three scheduled sprints, so 3 weeks. So I divided each book into like three parts. And now that I'm thinking about it, 127 pages is a little bit short. Like if I want to do like 45-minute sprints, I think I'm gonna blaze through the 127 pages. I mean, who knows? So my plan is to at least sprint for minimum four sprints of 45 minutes each. If I don't finish the book in four sprints, and then I'm gonna keep going. If I finish the book early, then I'm just gonna read a different book just so I can keep up with the schedule. But in the future, I might change it to like just 2 weeks per book. Because now that I think about it, 127 seems too little. Just sharing it on Oh no, this always happens to me. I always make a mistake and upload it on my personal Instagram. I've been sick for over 2 weeks, probably something I picked up in the UK. Yeah, travel sickness. It's always a bummer because you're already tired from traveling, and then you come home and then you feel sick because of something that you caught on the plane or the train or whatever. I think the last time I traveled, I also caught something, but unfortunately, I caught it on the way to where I was going. So for half of the trip, I was just bedridden in the hotel room. And it's so unfortunate because it was a beach trip and it was such great weather. So um, half of the trip, I was just lying down, looking out to the beach, not being able to go outside because I feel so sick. It wasn't COVID. It was just really, I just had the flu, which is annoying. I hate that. So I always try to stock up on my vitamins and stuff leading up into the trip, just so I could prepare my immune system. It's so annoying. I forgot my book downstairs. I need to go get it and visit the toilet. Been drinking coffee and tea all morning. I feel you. Am I tend to go to the bathroom pretty often, especially when I'm drinking coffee and a lot of water. I drink a lot of water, so there's that. But don't worry, we'll be sprinting for a while. And I still need to introduce what this new reading sprint series is. Hi, Paula. I think this is the first. Is it Paula or Paula? Let me know. This is, I think, the first time I'm seeing you in our sprints. Welcome. I am going to, I guess, introduce to you what this Wednesday sprints are all about. So, for the people who usually attend the Sunday sprints that I have with Pam from Pam Shenanigans, who is also here in the chat earlier, we do Sunday readings for just to read whatever we want, right? But I wanted to force myself to really get into the series that I keep saying that I want to read, which is a lot. Like I have a lot of series that I've collected, like the full set, but I haven't finished them or continued just because I keep thinking, oh, I need a lot of time to like sit down and read the entire series. Like I don't want to read a book in the series and then take a year before I read the next one because then I would start to forget details and that's just not fun. So I want to have some sort of way to just keep reading the series. And the best way for me to do that is through, I guess, public accountability and just reading live. I always find that whenever we have reading sprints, I just read a lot, which is we expected. So I am doing this new weekly reading sprints called, I guess, series read along sprints, where I am gonna go through an entire series and read them every Wednesday. So I have scheduled um a bunch of live reading sprints for the Once Upon a Broken Heart trilogy. So once Upon a Broken Heart. I have all of the other books here as well. I've divided each book into three sections, so around like 120, 130 pages per section. And for each Wednesday's reading sprints, I just want to read like one section. So it's gonna take me 3 weeks to finish one book. And initially, I did that because I know September is gonna be crazy for me, and I just want to try it out, see first if it works for me. This whole series read along method. But I think for the next series, I haven't even started the first series. I'm already thinking about the next one. But for the next series, I'm gonna just divide the book into 2 weeks, so just in half. Um, so for our first reading sprint session, I we're gonna be reading Once Upon a Broken Heart. So obviously for you, if you're gonna be reading something else, it's all good. If you're gonna be reading the series with me, that's all good as well. So let me know if if you've read the series before, or if you're planning to read this sometime soon, or if you've already read it. Like, let me know your non-spoilery thoughts about this book. Um, because I have had this book in my shelves for a long time. Like, I think I pretty much got it as soon as they released it, and I really love this UK. I think this is the UK editions. I'm pretty sure this is the UK editions, and I like really loved it. And it was really the reason why I got it because I love the cover, and obviously it's very popular. I've read the Caraval trilogy, which is right here at the back as well, and I enjoyed Caraval quite a bit. Um, Legendary and Finale. Legendary, I think, is my favorite of the three, and then Finale is my least favorite. But overall, the series I enjoyed the whimsical setting, the very fairy tale-esque whimsical setting, and the concept of the caraval, the circus, the mystery, the whole fate thing. I love the concept. It's just not my favorite in terms of where the plot went, but I really enjoyed that one. So I am excited to read this because I know that it is set in the same world, although it's a completely different storyline. But we are following one of the characters that was introduced in the Caraval trilogy series. So I really want to get into this one, and now we're gonna do that. Hi, Elena. How are you? I don't think I've seen you in a while. Yeah, I don't think I have. How are you? How have you been? Are you gonna be reading oh, you mentioned here, you'll be reading my library TBR. So what book are you going to be reading this morning? Let me know. I'm going to be reading A Passage to India. I'm over halfway now. Wow, it'd be good progress since last Sunday. So I think for this one, what I am going to do is 45-minute reading sprints just because I want to not rush. And I've also been doing immersive reading, I think it's what it's called, where you have the audiobook and then you follow along with your physical book is because it's been helping me not really read faster, but just stay focused longer. So I think I'm starting to see the benefits of it. And then also, one thing to note is that I have, let me actually share my screen. So I have the Storygraph read along. So if you're familiar with Storygraph, this it's a tracking website and it's my favorite. I don't use Goodreads anymore. I only use Storygraph. So in Storygraph, they have this feature called Read Along. So I have created one. The link is going to be in the description box. So if you have Storygraph and you want to join along in the Read Along, you can join this and then you can start adding, like I've divided the forums into the different chapters that we're going to be reading for each of the sprint session. So you can click on the forums and then add in your comments. You can do spoilers, just use the spoilery tag. It's going to look like that one. So yeah, I just thought it would be a nice way to drop in your thoughts if you're wanting to join the read along as well. I think this is my first time actually utilizing this feature, and I've been dying to use it. Like I've been wanting to find a way to incorporate it into my readings because I like the concept of everyone reading the same thing and then leaving their comments and then I get to read those comments when I get to that section of the book. I just like that so much. Kind of like a buddy read, but like for everyone. Hello, June. Thank you for joining us. We're reading What Lies in the Woods. We're really on a thriller uh, mood, right? Because this is thriller, I feel like. Yeah, What Lies in the Woods, it's a mystery thriller. Well, how are you liking it? Let us know. Oh, it has high ratings from the people that I'm following on Storygraph. Maybe I should add this to a to read list. Okay, so without further ado, I don't want to keep everyone waiting. We can go into our first print. So let me share the tab. I have a handy counter for the number of pages. So for the first session for today, or like for today, we are going to be reading until chapter, what did I say? Chapter 17 of Once Upon a Broken Heart. Again, if you're reading a different book, it's all good. Just for those who are going to be reading Once Upon a Broken Heart with me, um, we are gonna read until the end of chapter 17. So based on my like how I divided it, it's gonna be actually it's not 127 now that I'm looking at it. So I'm gonna have to update that. It's until page 134. So let me change that. 134. Yeah, so we're gonna be reading this much, that much for today, and we're gonna do it in 45-minute sprints. Hello, I don't know how to pronounce this username. Is this Heba? Let me know what you want to be called, but you are trying to finish Finale by Stephanie Garber. Well, this is also a good place to do that. Have you read Once Upon a Broken Heart, or are you going to be reading that after you finish Finale? How far along are you in that book, and what are your thoughts so far? I don't remember what I gave Finale, but I do remember overall liking it, but there's just some parts of the plot that I felt like was too convenient. That's why it's not my favorite in the series, but still, it's not like a bad book for me. Okay, so this is actually such a pretty edition. It's the UK one where you have like a different, let me show you. You have like a different animal or object in the naked hardcover, and I got the fox. I have no idea what that means, and what the relevance is to the actual book. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, I got the fox one, and I'm gonna be using my Do Not Disturb. I'm off on an adventure um, bookmark. I've been reading Fairy Tale by Stephen King. A lot of people have been reading Stephen King. I think Gavin is reading it like all of the Stephen King, and he just posted. Well, he posted recently the first four Stephen King books that he read. It's a horror book, yeah. Yep, I definitely need to get onto this whole Stephen King thing, but I'm kind of intimidated by his books. You pronounced my username correctly. Well, I'm glad. And I have read the entire Once Upon a Broken Heart trilogy. It's amazing. Okay, well, no spoilers for me, but I'm glad that you um liked it. How are you? Like, how if you're comparing it with the Caraval trilogy, since you're almost to the end, which series do you like better so far? Let me know. Okay, I am gonna start our first reading sprint. It is gonna be for 45 minutes, and I will see you then. Let me know if the audio is too loud for our ASMR rooms. Talk to you in 45 minutes. Hi everyone. How was the first sprint? I managed to get to page 40. I read until page 47, so I am now at chapter 7 of Once Upon a Working Heart. I am definitely reading this way faster than I thought I would. Like at the 40-minute mark, I had read until 47, and usually I read one page per minute. And it's really because of like how this book is formatted. Like it's very spacious, so there's actually less text on each page. But one thing that I am liking with just the full Caraval trilogy and all of the books in the series is that how perfectly themed it is. Like everything just has this certain aesthetic, like the whole fairy tale circus caravel aesthetic, and it really shows. The map on this book is so pretty. Like I love maps in books. Like look at how pretty that map is. And I love that it's not the typical pop like actual map perspective, but we have illustrations of the I guess important places in the map. We haven't gotten into the magnificent north yet. But like look at how pretty that map is. I can't wait to actually use it because we're not in this part of the world yet. We're still in Valenda, which is in the same place as where Caraval takes place. Um, and then another thing that I like about the Once Upon a Broken Heart or even the Caraval series is that they include mixed media elements and they design it in such a way that it's like perfectly in theme. Like look at this newspaper clipping. Like I think I've always been I mean I'm a designer, that's my job. So I've always been a sucker for like good design when it comes to like movies, you know how you have all of the props in movies, like when they're designed really well, like I think it's such a dish like it's such a it makes the experience a lot more immersive, which is what's happening here with Carabao. Then there's another page here that's like the section marker. It's so pretty. Yes, it's such a pretty book. Yeah. So my thoughts so far with the book is that it is, I think this is YA, if I'm not mistaken. Let me actually check. Once Upon a Broken Heart. I'm just checking on Storygraph. So yeah, this is definitely YA, and it definitely reads like that. It's a lot simpler in terms of like all of the dialogue and all of the plot, everything that's happening. Everything it feels like a fairy tale with a slightly wicked twist. And we've already met Jax and we've already met Evangeline, whose last name is Fox. So I guess that's why that's a fox. And I just love the face. Like I want to have my own deck of destiny because I feel like it's a fun. I mean, it's reminiscent of a tarot card set. Is that what you call it? And I just want them. I like the visual that the book has given me in terms of like Jax has this blonde hair and two bright blue eyes, and then his eyes are like bloodshot red, and he has blood coming off of his lips because when he kisses someone, he that person dies, and he's biting into this white apple that bleeds red. I just love the visual, and that's also something that I enjoyed from the Caraval trilogy. So everyone, how was your sprint? Let me know. I'm gonna go through the comments now. Hi, Sai. How are you? Present, trying to read a few pages tonight while on break. What are you reading? I don't remember if you mentioned last time what you were reading, so let me know if you're still here in the comments. I ended up only reading 12 pages. I needed to answer the emails from my travel agency on my trip to India. Wait, I didn't know you were going to India. Is that why you're reading the book? Because you're reading the passage to India. Yeah, you're reading, is that why you're reading the book? Because I feel like that's also something that I like to do. Like whenever I'm gonna go into a certain place, I like to sort of read books that align with that place, and it's kind of hyping me up. It doesn't have to be the exact place, it's just the vibe. So, for example, if I'm going to a beach, I like to look for, I don't know, summer romance, beach romance books. And then if I'm going to like a different country, I try to look for like books that are set in that country just to get me into the mood for it, I suppose. But yeah, that's so cool that you're going to India. Is this for like work or something? Or are you like there on vacation? Joshua, hello. I'm new to your channel and it's great to find more booktubers reading If We Were Villains. I read that book 3 or 4 years ago. Well, first of all, welcome. So I think it's my first time seeing you in our sprints or in my sprints. I'm used to saying our because I used to like I have the weekly sprints with my friend Pam. But right now it's just me. I'm new to your channel. It's great to find more booktubers. If We Were Villains is one of the first few books I read in this dark academia genre. Like that's my first time actually reading that genre, and I enjoyed the concept of it, but I was just bogged down a bit by all of the quoting Shakespeare thing that they do, and maybe it's because I have not read Shakespeare at all, so it doesn't have the same nostalgic feeling, or I didn't get not really I didn't get the reference, but it's not as strong of a connection for me because I've never read Shakespeare before. So maybe it's that, but I'm not sure. But how are you liking If We Were Villains? It's often compared to The Secret History, which I read and I love. I gave The Secret History 5 stars. So have you read The Secret History? And if so, how do you think it compares to If We Were Villains? Let me actually update first the page count that's in the video in the stream. So I'm now at I finished page 47. Let's update that. 47. Like I'm going through this book so quickly. Now I'm thinking I need to adjust the sprint schedule where I need to like read the books into two like days instead of three. We'll see. It's one of my favorite parts as well. It definitely adds a lot more to the story. It does. Like I remember in Caraval, they had like the tickets. Let me actually get Caraval. Like this one, this visual, I really loved it. Like all of the circus visuals, the tickets, the maps, all of that, I really enjoyed. And I, I don't know. I just really think it creates such an atmosphere, especially for this kind of story where it's like a fairy tale, it's magical, it's whimsical. You want to be completely immersed in the story, and I think the book designers, the people who lay out the book, did such a great job. I've only read Caraval, but didn't like it, so never picked up other book by an author, which is that's actually fair. It reads very young for me, Caraval, and I think I also had my issues with um in general, their writing style was not my style, but the images that it conjured in my head is what I liked about it. The overall plot, the characters are not like my favorite, but just really the atmosphere is what's keeping me going with this series. The book has been sitting on my shelf for a while, but I've been fascinated by India for ages. Started saving up money to go over a decade ago. Oh, that's nice. It must be such a like a good feeling that now you're finally going after saving up for 10 years. Well, I hope that you have a good time in India. Let us know when you come back, like how the trip is and like what your favorite places are. Are you like excited for a specific destination in India, or are you gonna be hitting up bookstores in there? Picked up Good Girl Bad Blood, A Good Girl's Guide to Murder 2, and I'm nearly 100 pages tonight. I really need to continue this series. I read A Good Girl's Guide to Murder probably 2 years ago, and it was a good read in the sense that it's really fast paced. I was really at the edge of my seat trying to figure out this whole mystery. I was shocked by the plot twist. I think the only thing in the end that I didn't like, or not really didn't like, but I found the like I had to suspend my disbelief a lot because of how ridiculous everything is. Like imagine just this high school kid just doing all of this investigation work. Like it doesn't make sense to me. But that is what makes it fun. And I kinda wanna reread it or at least continue the series and then watch the Netflix show. But I think I heard someone say that the Netflix show covers like the first book, so I think I can watch it because I still remember pretty much everything that happened in the first book. And maybe that's a good refresher for me to read the second and third book because I think there are three books in the series, right? I love visiting other countries and hope to see more of Asia. I've only been to Thailand, Indonesia, Bali so far. Well, if you go to the Philippines, and let me know so I can give you some recommendations. I think I've only visited like other Asian countries and then North America. So I really want to try or at some point like visit Europe and just like I think it's because I'm born in Southeast Asia. Like I'm looking for like other cultures, so it's fun how we're kind of opposites in that. But Southeast Asia is so like Asia, not even just Southeast Asia, is like so different per country that you visit in. So it's a fun time. And if you're in Southeast Asia, a lot of people do the full backpacking thing where they just go through the entire Southeast Asia. So maybe that's also a trip that they could go on. 347, I can't read. 347 pages in and 20 chapters read. You're almost done with wait, is it you that's finishing finale? Oh no, it's not you. Hey, what are you reading again? Let me Fairy Tale by Stephen King. How long is that book? Let me actually check. Fairy Tale. Because Stephen King books are so thick. It's also one of the reasons why I'm always intimidated. 599 pages. Oh, the person I'm following on Storygraph gave this a 5 star. I really need to start Stephen King. Just finished with chapter 15 to 20. Very good progress. Hi, is the book good? Well, let us know, Joshua, if you like the book. I'll visit a few places in India and see sites and museums, Delhi, Jaipur, Rishikesh. Well, I'm glad that you're like going all over and let us know when you're back, like what your favorite places are. There's so many, like, that's one of the things that it's similar with books. Like, there's so many books in the world that you just know that you can't get everything. Like, for me, there's so many places in the world that realistically, I know I'm not gonna get to, like, all of them, which is sad, but that's but it's also like motivation and inspiration as well, I guess. Okay, so for I have so 134 minus 47. So I have 87 pages left. And I'm in a dilemma if I should continue reading this book after the 134 pages that I've scheduled or if I should switch to a different book when I finish. Because I feel like because I've already set up the sprints, that I would only read until chapter end of chapter 17. Like I don't want to go back on that and then read like half of the book because then that I'm gonna have to like change everything in like the forums, in the read-alongs and stuff like that. So I think I'm gonna read a different book once I hit my 134th pages. I think, but I'm already like so into this book. So I don't know. Maybe I'll change my mind. We'll see. I've been to many European countries, obviously Canada, Tunisia, and Australia outside of Europe and Asia. Yeah, I feel like because you are in Europe, like it's a lot easier to visit the surrounding countries. I wish I wish it was easy for us as well. And also for us in the Philippines, we have to get visas to almost every other place. Like I think aside from like the Southeast Asian countries, a lot of the places require for us to apply for visas. So it's an additional like barrier for us and you kind of have to plan it really well. You can't just decide, oh, I'm gonna book a ticket and go to this place because you have to apply for the visa. It takes time. What if you get rejected and you like all of those things. The woes of having a passport that's not as strong as all of the other passports. Okay, I am gonna set up for our next sprint. How is the 45-minute sprint for everyone? I think it's a comfortable length of time that you don't feel pressured to read fast, but you can still get a lot done. And hopefully the audio for the cozy castle ambience. I don't know why I picked the castle. I think because I was thinking there's like a what do you call this? An armor on the cover that I wanted to put in a castle as a ASMR. I think I'm probably like I don't know where this comes from yet, so we're likely gonna get into a more castle-like place when we get to the Magnificent North part in the book. Um, Having an Indonesian passport has so many benefits. One of the passport, yeah, that is. That is enviable. But okay, let us start our next reading sprint. 45 minutes. I hope everyone gets a lot of reading done, and I'll see you then. Happy reading, everyone. Hello again. How is everyone's second reading sprint? I was a bit more distracted during that sprint, I think, because I forgot to play the audiobook. So I was just reading with my eyes, and then I keep telling myself, okay, I'm gonna play the audiobook in the next chapter, and then I keep forgetting. So then I keep getting distracted with my phone and stuff. But it's fine because I have so much time to read, and I can only read until page 134. So I made it to chapter 12. Let me remove that. Chapter 12 of Once Upon a Broken Heart. So this is already in part 2, where we made it to the Magnificent North, and it's page 92. So I finished until page 91. Let me just update the page count. Page 91. Okay. So I'm doing pretty good. I think I can definitely, if I really focus, I can definitely finish the 134 pages in the next reading sprint. Um, but how is everyone else's reading sprint? Let me just catch up on to the comments. Hi, Kay. How are you? Are you still in the chat? Are you gonna be reading with us, or are you just dropping by? Because I know that it's pretty early for you as well. Just getting up and getting some coffee. Yeah, this is usually the case with my reading friends because I live in the Philippines, so it's usually the opposite time for a lot of people. So it's usually like everyone's just waking up, grabbing coffee, getting ready. But it's, I guess, an opportunity to read in the morning before the chaos of the day. Remember to hydrate and like the hot water. Yes, I need to drink water. I'll probably do that when we start the next sprint. I'm curious at what age you discover a hobby of reading. Good question. Definitely when I was, I think, in grade three, third grade or fourth grade, I got gifted a set of books, and that's when I started reading in earnest. I've been reading on and off before, but that was when I actually owned books that I could read. So I started reading that. I finished that very quickly, and then that just snowballed into me wanting to read more and more. But I don't think I read quite widely when I was younger. Like I missed all of the popular, I guess, books for younger people. I read a bunch of like Nancy Drew. I read HP. I read Twilight. All of those good things. I think Twilight I read in high school, and I was obsessed as anyone. Um, and then in college, or actually in late high school and the entirety of my university years, I really didn't read, mostly because I had so much reading that I needed to do for schoolwork. So I had to read like philosophy, theology, and history, all of those required reading. And I had so many other extracurricular activities, like I played sports, I had orgs and stuff. So I really didn't think about reading much when I was in university. And then when I started working, I didn't read at first. And then I think it was because, yes, I did stumble upon BookTube, and everyone was raving about Six of Crows then. And I was like, what the heck is this Six of Crows? Like, I'm so curious. So I picked that up on my Kindle, and since then, I have been reading so, so much. So, really, Six of Crows reanimated reading in my life. And that was like 4 years ago now, I think, maybe 4.5 years ago, and I've just been reading a lot since then. So I have a lot to catch up to. I'm still catching up with all of the series that became popular while I was not actively reading. I've been a reader my whole life. My parents read for my brother and I since childhood. Can't remember a life without books. That's so much fun. Yeah, like I mentioned, I wasn't really like my family wasn't really the family who had books growing up. Like we had books, like coloring books and stuff like that, but it was never really a family tradition, if you will, to like read books at night or things like that. So I never really picked that up until I was in school and I got gifted that set of books. How long is the sprint session running for? So I did answer this in the comments, but yeah, we are doing 45-minute sprints. We just finished the second sprint. Initially, I was gonna end the live after I finished the 134 pages for Once Upon a Broken Heart, since this is a series read along sprint. but I thought it was too soon because I'm reading it so fast. So I'm probably gonna do at least four sprints, and then we'll see from there. Hello, Riches of Books. I think this is my first time seeing you in a sprint, I think. Oh my gosh, forgive me if I've forgotten, but let me know what you want me to call you. I can call you Riches of Books if you prefer that, but welcome to the sprints. I've had you in the background, I just realized I hadn't said hello. Yeah, this is me too. Sometimes I forget to comment and I just always constantly have a book tour video or a sprint running in the background just because it just helps me focus. It's kind of I'm using them kind of like a Pomodoro timer. Instead of actually setting up a Pomodoro timer, I just find a sprint and then I play that in the background. I 14 and a half pages read the sprint. I needed to make and eat lunch. Rather late though. It's 15:03 here. 15:03 is 3 p.m. Yeah, that is a late lunch. Well, I hope that it was a good lunch and you're almost done with your book, right? Or I think you mentioned you're over half of halfway point of the book. How are you liking it? Um, is it keeping your interest? Sorry, I got distracted by a notification that popped up on my screen. I hate it when I forget to press play on my audio. Yeah, me too. That happens quite a bit for me. I'm doing okay, but I feel a headache coming on. Oh no, a lot of people are getting sick. Make sure with the headaches, make sure that you hydrate. Sometimes we get headaches because we're dehydrated, so make sure you hydrate. Headaches are worse, yes, they are. They are. Hello, Kathy. Joined late but read 4% of my book, The Bluff by Bonnie Chamor. Welcome to the sprints. I think this is the first time I'm seeing you in a reading sprint. Let me just look up that book, The Bluff. The Bluff by Bonnie. Is this thriller? It sounds like a thriller or a romance. Oh, it seems like a thriller based on the cover. Mystery thriller. Um, ooh. As we stood on the bluff looking out on Lake Michigan. Ooh, interesting. Is this an arc? Oh, it was published very, very recently. Ooh, okay, I'm gonna add it to my TBR. How are you liking it? I mean, oh, you said that you were only 4% in, so maybe you don't have thoughts on that yet, but let us know if you read any further, if you're liking, because I'm starting to stock up on mystery thrillers, because spooky season and all. So I've just been adding everything to my TBR. Going to get some caffeine in me. Yeah, sometimes when I forget to drink coffee, and this speaks to how coffee dependent my body is, I do get the coffee headaches. Oh, is your name Didi? Is that right? Did I make that correct connection? Oh my gosh, I read so many Nancy Drew books growing up. I even got my mom's Nancy Drew books from when she grew up, so from the 50s and the 60s. That's so cool. I was actually introduced to Nancy Drew through the games first. So there was this set of like computer games um, that are like different Nancy Drew books, I think, turned into games, and I love those books. Like I actually recently played them. I think last year, like I bought them all from Steam. Well, not all, a bit from Steam because not all of them are compatible, and it's like it's not remastered or anything. It's like a small aspect ratio and all, but it was the same game that I played when I was younger, and I really loved that game. I I have always enjoyed those mystery solving game where you have to pick up clues from different like areas, like use the clues in the right way. I played so much of that when I was younger. I haven't found a game like now that has the same vibe, like where you're first person solving a mystery. So let me know if you know one because I have been on the lookout for games like that, and nothing has come close to like the Nancy Drew games that I played in the past. I still remember that there was one where it's like a theater and we're trying to solve like a well obviously there's always like a missing person or something, and then there was one where it's like Japan themed where they went to like this ryokan or like onsen spot, and there was like a ghost or something involved. And I just loved Nancy Drew. And then I found out that they were books, so I started reading the books. Hello, hello. Love seeing everyone say hi in the comments. Coffee and water, yes, that is the key. 100 pages in, up to, oh, so you're almost done. I feel like you can probably finish it either on the current sprint or like in this reading sprint session or in the next couple of days. I think about reading, but right now is coffee. Yeah. Okay, we're not gonna ask you until you've had your coffee. So that's the first priority. I think I don't know how healthy it is, and I also when I wake up, the first things, two things that I do is I brush my teeth and then I make my coffee. I don't think that's the healthiest, but that has been my morning routine. Yeah, the bluffing was an arc when I was on vacation. It's good. It's a fast read and keeps you interested so early in. Guessing at people. Wow, that is a very early prediction at 4% in. Hopefully it's the 4-star range. I've been like I've been wanting to get into NetGalley and requesting arcs, but I'm just a little bit afraid of having another thing to maintain because there's this whole thing about the reading ratio or like the review ratio in NetGalley. I the most that I've requested in NetGalley is 3 books, and then I've read and reviewed one, so my ratio is at 33%, which is abysmal. But I decided that I'm just gonna try and request books, and then maybe I could make like a video out of it, like reading arcs from that galley and reviewing those books. So maybe that's something that's coming up in the future. I didn't know there was not. Yes, there are. Right now, not all of the games can be played with like the modern like technology hardware. So I think in Steam they have I think around 5 games if I'm not mistaken, and it's so much fun. I mean, granted like the graphics and everything are very old and all, but I think it still has that same nostalgic vibes that Nancy Drew has for me, which is why I enjoyed it so much. Nancy Drew is next on my list today. How are you gonna like playing the game or reading the book? If you're playing the game, I wish you so much fun because that's gonna be it was actually when I played the game, it was a lot easier, like solving the whole clues and thing. But I think it's just because I've read quite a bit more thrillers or like mystery whodunits, and I guess I'm getting better now. And I like to think that I'm a lot smarter than when I was in grade school when playing this game. So maybe that's also why. Yeah, it just sucks. I just read about few books on my day off. That's a good plan. That's a good plan. Do you have a tutor, or did you learn English by yourself? So I don't have a tutor. It's just because English is the medium of instruction for the Philippines in general. So ever since grade school onwards, like all of the classes are taught in English, except for obviously our Filipino language class, the native language class. So everything is taught in English, which just kind of naturally like helped me improve how I speak, read, and um, write in English. So yeah, there's that. Like don't ask me to speak my native language. Like I speak it mixed with English conversationally on a day-to-day basis, but whenever I'm explaining something or when I'm telling like a story, I always kind of default back to like 80% English, which is not a good thing. I'm trying to fix that, but it's quite hard after so many years. Reading another book, The Hidden Staircase. Wait, I kind of want to reread Nancy Drew. Like, I know that I have not read all of the Nancy Drew books. I read maybe, I don't remember because I didn't track my reading them, but maybe I read about 15, maybe 15 Nancy Drew books in my lifetime, maybe 12. But I don't exactly remember which ones. I'm thinking this is something that I kind of want to reread in the future because I remember that the books are fun to read and it's fun to try and solve the case as you're reading it. I speak English at home. My partner's Irish, and the reason outside of home. Yeah, to be fair, I think it's just because here in the Philippines, a lot of our education system, a lot of the establishments, everything is so Americanized from when we were colonized, and that's just like all of our signs, like street signs, like posters in malls or in our train stations, they're all in English, which is kind of odd. Like normally you would expect it to be in your native language, right? If you're in your country, in your native country, but they're all in English, and then they would have a translation in Tagalog, which is our native language. So that's why it's kind of hard to get proficient with the native language when you're constantly studying English, writing up papers, stuff in English, speaking to other people in English, like even at work, the common language, like the professional language at work is English. Even if you work in a local company, the professional language is English. So it's just like it's hard to get out of that. And it just, I guess it helps. It makes us really good at English. That's why I think the Philippines is one of the non-English speaking countries, or like non-English is their first language countries that's like really good at English. I really want to visit the Philippines one day. Only heard good things, but others have visit. If you enjoy beaches, we have pretty good beaches. And I think that is like places that most people flock to, like tourists. They go to places like Palawan, Cebu, Boracay. I think is pretty popular. If you've heard one beach in the Philippines, it's probably Boracay. It's a popular tourist sort of like party-ish destination. And like if you want that kind of nature and like beach vacation, you should definitely visit the Philippines. If you can handle the humidity, then I think you're gonna be good to go. But you did mention that you visited Indonesia before. We have this very similar climate, so if you're good with that, then definitely visit the Philippines. Just be prepared for the insane amount of traffic that we have. I don't know how it is from where you're living now, but our traffic is insane. Like you travel like in the city center, if you're traveling like around 10 kilometers, it's probably gonna take you an hour and a half at least on a good day. Just because we have, I guess, smaller roads, bad urban planning, all of the things. So many cars and so little public transportation. So just be prepared for that. But you're just if you're just going straight to the beach, lounging there for a week, like I highly recommend it. Visiting cities. Oh no. Well, be prepared for the traffic if you're visiting cities. And if you're wanting to soak up on culture, I would honestly recommend going not in Metro Manila because we're very like typical urban city center. If you want to experience Filipino culture, you're probably best going in the surrounding provinces or even in the islands. And like we're kind of divided into three main sections, like Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and usually like the islands in Visayas, they're like popular tourist destinations with a lot of culture. But the city center, it's really very urbanized, quite Western. So it's not really very reflective, I guess, unless you go into like the specific historical places like Intramuros and all of those places. You're really not gonna feel much of the culture if you stay in the city center. Yep, Bangkok had really great traffic as well. Yeah, so I think it's kind of similar to that. I'm trying to remember when I went to Bangkok, like how we got around, but I think we just took a bunch of tuk tuk rides all over. Yeah, I think we did because we were just too lazy to figure out the transportation system. So it's kind of similar where there's like a priority for cars. So everyone's just getting we call them grab cars here, but it's like an Uber or a Lyft. Everyone just uses that. We do have train systems, but they're pretty busy and hectic, especially during the work days. Middle of the day they're pretty good, but we don't have quite a wide, like we don't have a lot of lines, so they don't really go too far from like the city center. So there's that, but definitely still recommend if you're going. I can tell, like, I can give you ideas on where you can go if you have like a specific type of experience that you're going for. Not this becoming like a tourism advertisement, but I am gonna set up for our third sprint, and I'm probably gonna eat dinner for the sprint, and then I'm gonna read a little bit after. But yeah, enjoy for the next 45 minutes. Happy reading. Hello again. How's everyone's third reading sprint? I had dinner, so I wasn't here for like the half of the sprint, which is good because I'm trying to face myself to this book. I made it to the end of, where is it? The end of chapter 14, so I'm now at chapter 15, and that is page 118. Let me update 118. So almost done. I only have very, very little left to read, like this amount left. So definitely gonna finish that in the next sprint. So the next sprint it's which is our fourth sprint is gonna be the last one. How is everyone's reading? Let me catch up on the comments. And Bali wasn't so bad. The traffic. Okay, I had to remind myself what we were talking about. Pretty much walked everywhere. It wasn't too far. Had to be driven to one of the temples was from Seminyak to Ubud and to and from the airport. So yeah, I have been. The thing with Manila is that it's not really a historical center aside from the one area in Manila. The rest is pretty much just urban. So there's not really walkable that's like cultural, and it's not a very walkable place, honestly. Yeah, we don't have like good pedestrian. It's very car centric. But there are definitely areas where it's like a more planned city, if you will, where it's a lot more walkable, kind of reminiscent of um, US. So there are places that are walkable. Oh, this is just me. Hiba finished finale. Give it 4 stars. Yay! Love it when we finish books in sprints. I actually had to remember quite a bit of finale because in the first, like, when we first talked to Scarlett, which is in this book, Scarlett and Tella are in this book. I had to like remind myself what happened again in Caraval because I realized that the events of finale happened like alongside the first part of this book because when there's a certain scene, I'm trying to not spoil it, there's a certain scene in this book that happened where we had to like time skip for a bit for like around 6 weeks, and apparently during that 6 weeks the week of terror happened, which is the whole event that took place in finale. So I had to pause and remember, okay, what was the ending of that book and like what are the implications. And I think that's why a lot of people said that it would be nice to read Caraval first before reading Once Upon a Broken Heart because then you'd get a little bit more context. But it is okay even if you haven't read the Caraval trilogy because it's kind of like you can just say, oh, something happened. You don't really need to know the details. But it's nice knowing the details when you actually read it. I'm glad that you enjoyed finale. Hello, Jess. Hi. If you're still here, let us know what you're going to be reading. We have one more 45-minute sprint left. So, still a lot of time to get some reading in. I read 28 pages and I'm quite pleased with that. That's good. That's good, especially since you're reading classic. So, 28 pages is a lot. It's definitely not the same as like reading 28 pages of something like YA or thriller. Like thriller and YA, they go by so fast. Classics take a little bit more time. Got to 34% of the bluff and the trauma being uncovered. I like it so far. Okay, now I'm more inclined to read it. I did add it to my TBR. I might look for it in my library and see if I can borrow it. Yes, okay, we are hydrating. Thank you for the reminder. Hopefully, everyone else is hydrating as well. Yes, props to Hiba for finishing. The font in my book is pretty small too. Yeah, this one is large and spacious. Like it's very spacious, so that I can see why it's going by so fast. I mean, and there are also some parts here where it's just one line or something. trying to look for it. But there was like, where was that? There was a chapter here that was just one line. I can't find it anymore, but with that, reading a classic so different from reading a YA. I bought Poor Things when the movie came out because I wanted to read it and before I watched the movie. And look at this. It's actually the font size is not too bad, but like it looks like an old book. Even though this is a new book, like it has the movie tie-in poster, but the print inside looks like it was just scanned and taken from the old, like the original book. And it's so jam-packed and yeah, it's so jam. Look at that. It's so tiny. I just made another cup of tea. I actually also made tea after dinner. I've been into making cold brew tea. Like I would make the tea overnight in cold water, put it in the fridge. I've been making twinings. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Twinings. Tell me, like if you know the pronunciation, let me know. Wild berry tea because I went to a restaurant earlier this or last month and they had different teas that you can grab. They had different tea selections and it's iced tea and they had wild berry tea in there and I really liked it because I think it's a lot more fruity and refreshing and that's always what I want from my iced teas. I want them to be refreshing. So I steep 4 bags. Did I do 4 or 5? 4 bags in cold water so I can have iced tea tomorrow. And I'm just gonna add a little bit of simple syrup to sweeten it up because I like a little bit sweeter iced teas. And that has been my refreshing drink for the past couple of weeks. What flavored tea? Black with dried chilies. Wait, like actual chilies? Is that a thing? That's so cool. Is it does it like make the drink spicy? Am I like misinterpreting this? Does it make it spicy or is it similar to like a chai where it has like spicy things like spicy flavors like cinnamon and cardamom, but it's not actually like fire spice. We worked on a few chores, no reading it. All good. Any kind of productivity also welcome here. I'm about to get my second coffee. I need to get new Nespresso capsules because the one that I have, it's the Lungo, Lungo one. So it uses a lot more water. So I only use one capsule when normally I would use two capsules for two espresso shots. So I have been lacking caffeine for the past couple of days, and I can feel it. Like I've been taking longer naps in the afternoon, and I normally don't like to do that. I mostly drink hot tea. Yeah, I'm not. I drink hot barley tea, especially um when I eat at like a Japanese restaurant, and it's actually good as well in the morning. Like it kind of prepares my stomach. I used to drink that, but now I think it's because it's so humid in the Philippines. I have only been drinking hot coffee in the morning, and then for the rest of the day, it's iced everything, iced water, iced tea. If I'm gonna get coffee, it's gonna be iced coffee because it's so hot. I just have an unflavored black tea, and then I add dried cherries and I crush it with my fingers. Ooh, that's so interesting. I've never heard of dried chilies being added to tea. And then again, I'm not a very big tea drinker. Like I've only recently, gotten into the whole cold brew iced tea. I have had a good mint tea and Earl Grey with milk mixed in. I've never tried. Well, that's a lie. In the Philippines, there's this whole concept of milk tea, where I think in the US it's called boba, where it's like milky tea with ice and a bunch of like toppings and sinkers like pudding and tapioca pearls. So we have that. So I have had tea with ice, but I don't really tea with milk. I mean, but I don't really like that. I prefer just cold tea with something in it. But mint tea, I'm not a big mint girl. I actually hate mint. Well, I like mint if it's in a gum, but I don't like mint anywhere else. If it's in a gum, if it's on my toothpaste, fine, I don't care. But if it's in chocolate or if it's in food or pastries, I don't really like it. Or in drinks, I don't like mint. I don't like Earl Grey because of the bergamot. I am not familiar enough with tea to like know the specific things that are in tea. So I really just I normally I like black tea. Is that is what I've noticed. I gravitate towards black tea and then green tea. So I don't know what kind of tea Earl Grey is, but so I'm not sure if I would like that. But I have been drinking this wild berry tea, and I think it's flavored tea. I think it's pretty good. I like it. Okay, are ready for our final sprint of the night? We have one last 45 minute sprint to go. I'm definitely gonna be finishing it because I only have this much left, and then I might start editing a video that I filmed yesterday. It's gonna be my August wrap up, so I'm probably gonna do that instead of reading another book. But yeah, let me set up for our next sprint, the final sprint, and I'll see you in 45 minutes. Happy reading, everyone. Hi everyone! How was the last sprint for the night or morning, wherever you are? How was it? I did indeed finish all 134 pages for this, like my goal for this sprint. Let me update this thing. So, yes, I finished 134 pages for Once Upon a Broken Heart. So, that is chapter 1 to 17. So sad. I actually only read for about like 10 minutes and then I started editing a reel or a TikTok that I'm going to be posting, which is basically a review reel for some of the books that I read last month. And I am enjoying this a lot. Um, really just for the vibes. I just really love the setting. I love the concepts of this. What do you call this? Nocte. What is it called? The Nocte Never Night, Nocte Never Ending. Like I love how Stephanie Garber comes up with names for her things, like the whole Caramel thing, the Deck of Destiny, Nocte Never Ending, the names of the places, like even the titles of her books, like Once Upon a Broken Heart, The Ballad of Never After, A Curse for True Love. Like she has such a creative mind for thinking of this themed settings, and I think that's what I really appreciate and have come to expect from her book. So yeah, I'm really enjoying my time reading this book, and I honestly I can't wait to pick it up again, but I have to wait until next Wednesday, which is when we're going to be doing this second installment of the series read along. So I'm gonna have to just um bide my time. Just wait until then and read all of the other books that I'm gonna be reading for Magical Readathon. Let me just check up on all of the comments that I missed. It's 25 degrees here now, very warm for September. I would kill for 25 degrees. That is, well, it's not cold, but it's a cool weather. Like it's acceptable weather for in the Philippines because that to us is like we're starting to pull out our cardigans. That's what 25 degrees is for us. Hiba's gonna continue reading Daydream. I don't know what Daydream is. Feels like that's gonna be a book title that's like very popular. Is this what kind of book is Daydream? And who is the author? I got a little lost searching for stuff. I feel you. I feel you. Whenever you're searching for something, you're never gonna find it. But when you're not searching for it, then you're gonna find it. So maybe just pretend that you're not looking for something. I read 34 pages. You're almost done. If I remember correctly, you had about 88 pages left, so you're almost done. Maybe you could even finish it today or tomorrow. So, yay for all of the pages that we all read today. Thank you for hosting today, Pam. Enjoy your night. Yes, thank you as well. I will enjoy my night. I will still do some reading or actually need to do some editing. So maybe I will finish editing a video for tomorrow, which is my August wrap up. So you have that to look forward to. And this reel that I'm editing that I want to post now, even though it's pretty late here. Remember to hydrate. Yes. Thank you, as always, for the reminder. It's by Hannah Grace. Oh, is it part of the um like the series with the first book is the figure skater and is it a hockey player, and then the second book is with the camp leader or it's like summer camp theme wildfire. Is that the book you're talking about? Let me search because it's not coming up when I type Hannah Grace. Ah, yeah, Icebreaker is the first book. Yep, yep, Daydream. Maple Hills is the name of the series. Oh, it has books in the background. Are they booksellers, libraries to library like librarian? New York Times, blah blah blah, fan favorite Henry, bookish fellow student. Okay, so I think they're in a library. Ooh, interesting. You always love books set in libraries. I'm 7% through it and really enjoying it. I have yet to start the Maple Hills series, but I've always like loved the cover and obviously it's so popular, but there's just so many series that I need to read. So maybe I'll read it for one of these series to read along at some point. But I do know what's the next book that I want to read for this one. I'm trying to get through my like bookshelf and read all of the series in this shelf. Make another cup of tea and continue reading my book after this. Yes, that's such a good plan, and I hope you finish it. Yeah, it's that book exactly. Yep. So I guess just to sort of round things off, this is gonna be a recurring weekly thing. So next week I am gonna be reading. Let me just view my read along. I'm gonna be reading chapters 18 to 37. Where's that? Yep, this one, chapter 18 to. I'm gonna be reading this much in the next sprint on Wednesday, and we'll just continue along. And then you can also, if you want to see my thoughts on this first bit that I read, I once again, oh, let me need to get out of the way. There you go. I have the read along page on Storygraph for Once Upon a Broken Heart. I will have them for all of the books. The link is going to be in the description box. I have posted a bunch of my thoughts, non spoilery. Like if there's anything that's potentially a spoiler, I put them all in spoiler tag. So if you just want to see my real time thoughts as I'm reading the book, you can jump to that read along. I've always wanted to use this feature, so I'm using it, even if it's just me talking. So yeah, I will be updating that as I read the next set of pages as well for next week. And also on Sunday, we're gonna have reading sprints with Pam from Pam Shenanigans. This is our weekly reading sprint. It's probably gonna be on Sunday. So there's more sprints to be had. And I guess I want to just close this off by the other books that I'm currently reading. So let me just grab it in here. Currently reading Sing Me to Sleep. So this is what I'll be reading for the rest of the week while I'm stopping myself from binge reading this one. We're reading Sing Me to Sleep by Gabby Burton. I'm currently on chapter 3 in this book, so page 22. So that is going to be my read. And yeah, that is all for me today. Thank you everyone for coming. It's been such a pleasure hosting a midweek sprint. I didn't realize that a lot of people go to midweek sprints. I thought everyone would be busy, but I guess everyone just wants to read on a weekday. And thank you so much. Yes, thank you as well for spending time with me, hanging out. Fergus Bridges' book has a print now. That's good. You're definitely gonna finish your book. Thank you again, everyone. I'll see you next Sunday and Wednesday. Bye.